JDC Advanced Tour. Event 19 is already underway. I've got a second stream match. A few gremlins at work, but now we're back in. On screen, Turgle has taken out Jack in the opening match. And now we've got Callum Cody of Ireland, who takes on the Starman from Gibraltar. Please stand again for the national anthem of Gibraltar. Nico Bado, Nico Bado, Nico Bado, Nico Bado, Nico Bado, Nico Bado. Now that we've got those formalities out the way, the handshake, the bullseye off, chest puffed out, Nico Bado goes first in this best of 7. I cannot wait for this one. A rare day yesterday where we didn't see Nico on our streaming boards. We scanned through yesterday's results for both players. But again, a great season in general for Nico. Callum's been consistent as well. He'll take a lot from this year. And as we say with all of our Advanced Tour players, the progression from our 30-odd that have featured, we've seen progression throughout the year so far. First match, of course, we've just seen Turgle take out Jack Peach. Jack had a great run to the semi-finals in the opening tournament of yesterday. Turgle finished the day off in style. A 6-1 victory to win his second tour title. 6-1 victory over the impressive 11-year-old Owen Bryceland. What a future that young one's got as well. Nico won the title back in March. And what a performance it was for him, beating Ryan Branley in the semi-final. Backed that up in the final, and he's off to a flyer. Confident take, double top. And his Super Sunday is underway. For Nico, a lot to play for today, not just in terms of bragging rights, in terms of trying to win his second title, but that development tour sponsorship that the JDC offers for the top 3 players that have reached 16 by the time the development tour starts. Nico's got another year on tour, but that development tour sponsorship, especially travelling over from Gibraltar, is a massive thing. He was sat in 3rd position for that prior to the weekend starting. Taking a look at the order of merit. Mason Tees has moved above him, but it's very neck and neck in terms of who gets that 3rd spot. 2 points separate the pair. What a day it was for Mason Tees yesterday. We say the permutations, and it's getting very interesting. We're updating as we go along for that England spot as well, because the 4 places after 20 events, it's called up for the England Day. Of course, Ryan Branley, table topper, secure of his England spot for Gibraltar. Jack Nankervis in 2nd place is secure. Archie Self on 29 points looks safe. So it's that 4th spot, which is all to play for between Mason Tees, Taylor McGuckie, who's lost already today, unfortunately, so he's got to have a big run in the final event. Jaden Walker and Jack Johnson, the other realistic plays that good gate crash. And again, 100% on his double top. Nico Bado, Nico Bado, Nico Bado. Doubles his advantage. Callum was more competitive in that leg. Big commitment also for him and the Irish connection. It's a price you do for the families, and they all support brilliantly, don't they? We talk about how the JDC nurtures our players through the structure that they have, but it's a grounding at home as well, and hats to all the parents and of course family members. Grandparents alike. I've met Dougie this weekend, Mitchell Lowry's granddad, massive supporter of him. I know Mitchell certainly looks up to him in a big way. Professional ton there from Nico, first to a finish on 92. And when Nico hasn't been at the business end of tournaments, he's took out some big scalps. He's took out Lex Passhauser a few times, our JDC world champion. He's beat some big players. He's got to be in massive contention, like you feel, for the JPL next season. I know that's a long way away and a lot of darts to be thrown between now and then. And we've still got, of course, the conclusion of the JPL in 2 weeks' time as Nico Bado remains 100%. That double top is an extension of the arm right now. Callum with the dart. Let's see if he can get off the mark here. Pleasing on the eye action is Callum. And a great kid as well. Always happy-go-lucky and remains on the positive side. Hello to the Adams family back home in Gibraltar. Got Nico and Nico Senior over here in Coventry. I know the family support back in Gibraltar. I'm sure they'll all have stood in the living room as I called out the national anthem of Gibraltar. 1-3-3, a brilliant two treble visit there. He's digging in his Callum, and he needs to, because this is a real polished performance at 83.63 for Nico Bado. Gibraltar, obviously, another two treble visit. Brilliant stuff from our Irish youngster. The body language, the action of Nico. So to wrap things up, looks a decent marker to stay there perhaps. Treble 20 for double 10. Yeah, it looked a good guide, didn't it? Tops is a popular one, especially for players on a streaming board. I've seen a few people utilise the treble 16 well this weekend. But a fantastic leg there from Callum. Back-to-back 1-3-3s, really dug in, and a deserved leg. Can he break back and get us back on throw? An exciting Super Sunday here in Coventry at the JDC Centre of Excellence. How will things unfold? Turgle's 5 points behind Ryan Branley for the top of the JDC Advanced Tour. Close the gap by winning event 18, with Ryan losing out in the semi-finals to his big rival, 5-4. Turgle taking out a 15 dart at a break and win the match, having trailed 3-0 in that match. That was on the non-stream board. As we covered our girls' final, congratulations to Paige Paulin to win her 6th girls' title of the year. Her and Becca Allen will duke it out on the Winter Garden stage, just around the corner. What a showpiece that'll be. The best two girls around. Shanghai almost to go out in style. He will be back. As Nico loses his 100% record on tops, but it won't matter if he takes out tens. Fives will do nicely. Brilliant dart from Nico Bado. Great adjustment, an 81.73 and a 4-1 victory over Callum Cody. Superstar. Let it. Nico Bado, Nico Bado, Nico Bado. We draw breath after Nico Bado and a 4-1 success over Callum Cody. And in action here, we have Craig Devlin against Jackie Boy Jack Johnson, our JPL star. I called on Friday night after Jack Johnson played very well in defeat against Lex Passauser that he's going to have a big weekend. Didn't come to fruition yesterday, but we expect a big day from today. Can he gate crash the top four in the England spot? As for Craig Devlin, we've seen progression throughout the campaign with him. If he tidies up his doubles, he could have a big run. And yesterday, following the conclusion of event 18, in the bar we had on the screen the final of the Super 16. And it was the first time I'd watched it all the way through against Jaden Walker at the Marshalls Arena. And what a performance it was from Jack Johnson. He gets off the mark with a hold to throw there. That'll settle him down. But taking out the 151, 2 ton plus checkouts in the match. It really was a bossing performance from our East Kent youngster. A real superstar around those neck of the woods. And he discussed that at school, they started the club on a lunchtime and over 100 players turned up. So the interest for our youngsters around the country is ever growing. As we see with the numbers of the foundation tour and the interest of qualifying school. Plenty of opportunities now with the JDC Vault. The future's bright. And the future's most certainly JDC. So in pole position to level things up here is Craig Devlin. 88th when he comes back with Johnson back on 219. We know he's a massive scorer when he gets going, is young Jack. Sets things up professionally there, does Craig, keeps things simple. And to settle him into this match, 2 10s. To pick Craig's pocket, 67. Bullseye required. A very unlucky attempt that, wasn't it, from Jackie Boy? Nice guide. Brilliant find. Devlin levels. We're still on throw. Third leg, it's Jack starts. So results so far in the early exchanges of event 19. Lex Passauser, JDC World Champion, third on the order of merit, has beat Taylor McGuckian. A difficult draw it was for Taylor in that one. 4-1 it was. Lex averaging pretty much 80. Lee Bradshaw had a good run on the previous weekend. He's after a good start, beating Reese Butler 4-1. Shoyers has beaten Ben Townley, our JPL qualifier. Can't seem to get going on these Advanced Tour weekends, does Ben. We know he's got the ability. He's had some very difficult draws as well. He managed to get the better of Jaden Walker in the first round yesterday. Got a couple of quarterfinals and possibly a semi-final, I think, Ben, but hopefully he gets off to a good start in event 20. Turgle's beaten Jack was our first match on. Jack Nankovich 4-3 against Owen Bryson in the box office first round encounter. Sets it up nicely. Beautiful 98 to leave tops. And a great first start from Devlin. A beautiful double 11. And these two shots have come. And you just wonder, it's good that he checked and he made sure he knew what he wanted, but the way them first two darts went, if he'd have carried that momentum, you felt he might have hit that. But Jack Johnson closes the door on leg 3. Archie South is big here. BSL 4-1. Alfie Cook has beaten Joe Westby. We saw Alfie yesterday, was impressed with how he played. And Shoya's quarter-final appearance yesterday. Fine player from down in Somerset. Mitchell Lowry was 2-1 up against Lewis Cook in the Battle of the JPL Stars. Ryan Brandy got the opening leg against Corey Wiltshire. And Jaden Walker was 1 leg away from beating Jack Courtney, the Rottweiler. Dan Stevenson 2-0 up against Jaden Jones. And what a take that is from Jack Johnson. We commented on his 1-5-1 at the Super 16 final on the big stage. But that 1-5-6 was massive, wasn't it? A timely break and he throws for the match. Quality from Jackie Boy. What a player he is. The treble 20 and the treble 14 from Craig Devlin never looked like missing. That 1-5-6 never looked like missing. He's back in the lipstick. Really finding his groove now is Jackie Boy. We're not playing best of 19. This is a fine display from Jack. So watch him all day when he's in this groove. Here we go again. 11th on the order of merit table is Jack. Still has outside aspirations for that England spot. Wraps it up in style. A brilliant performance. An 80 bob on the averages. Craig Devlin loses out. But he'll be back for the final event later on. How will Jackie Boy go today? We'll find out. That was impressive. The match coming right up. Welcome back, folks. Second. Daniel Stevenson, one of the elite youngsters from the Northeast, takes on 12-year-old superstar Jaden Walker. This has JDC stuff written all over it. JDC World finalist is Dan. Again, hottest tickets around Jaden Walker. Jaden looking very relaxed. And Dan gaining confidence this weekend. And he's off to a flyer with a maximum. Yeah, I've seen a lot more positivity from Dan this weekend. Great to see. We know he's got the ability. He's had some immensely tough draws, a few setbacks. But he's looking to finish the campaign off in style. And what a leg it is so far. Who does he think he is? His dad. Hi to Mark and Mrs. Both supporting this weekend down here in Coventry. Not very often you see Jaden Walker blown away in the scoring department. Time on his side, but he's got to take care of his work. Because this 1-4-4 could disappear. Unlucky attempt. Set up nicely to take the opening leg. Getting closer. Ever so close with that last start. But what a setup it was from 1-4-4 to leave 8-8. And to pick Dan's pocket in the opening leg. 2 4s. Took the words right out of my mouth, Jaden. But he'll accept that kindly. He's got to break a throw somehow. And that 4th England spot, Jaden's has it in his own hands. Coming into the weekend. And a quarter final at least. Will edge him closer. He was sacked coming into the weekend in that 4th spot. But as we mentioned, a brilliant weekend so far for Mason Tees has meant that he's leapfrogged Jaden. But they won't be thinking about that. Dan will be focusing on the development tour, I'm sure. Enjoys his county darts up in Northumberland. Hugely successful at county level. Has some big averages. Always in the high 20s. And of course, we see Ryan Branley, player of the weekend regular, simmering above the 30s. And what an attempt for a 1-3-6. 6 darts, if required wide. Here we go for 2-0. Nice marker. 2 4s again. Not so fruitful this time. And it's Dan's turn. Can he pick Jaden's pocket? Not on this occasion. And how will that opening leg loss affect Dan? Because Jaden, his confidence will grow. He's taken out an important double one. He's 2-0 up. And this is a massive leg you feel for Dan with the darts. Jaden was on the receiving end of a massive performance from Lewis Cook in the JPL on Friday night. What a game that was. If you get a chance to watch back on it, all of it, of course, is on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Fantastic production that we have on our Friday night with John Molyneux. And of course, Darren Barson, who asks all the right questions with our youngsters. And me and Chris Mason in the commentary box. It's great to have Chris alongside us. So to get off the mark with a ton. Single for the double for 3-0. Almost busted. This will settle down. And a smile from Jaden. Loves his darts, doesn't he? Spoker, as he said, he's not a big practicer, but he does turn out quite a few nights, as you'd imagine, so he gets his practice on the nights that he plays. He's down in Cardiff, he mentioned, for exhibition action. Johnny Clayton, Peter Snakebite right. He's 12-year-old. He's got a maximum as he looks to go one leg away from placing the quarterfinals. Last 16 results, fill you in on. Mitchell Lowry, event number 17 and 16 winner. 4-0 win over Taylor McGuckian. Lex Passhauser beat Ben Townley. I'm looking at the wrong page. All this excitement in Coventry. Lex Passhauser 2-0 up against Lee Bradshaw. Alfie Cook 1-0 up against Shoyers. Time on his side here for Jaden. A maximum in the leg has put him in pole position. And what a different match it could have been if Dan had got his double early in the leg. It really did turn the match on its head early, didn't it? JDC Advanced Tour, tabletop Ryan Branley from up in Blythe. 4-1 win over Corey Wiltshire. So he's off the mark as he looks to secure top spot. It's going to be a fascinating climax, and what a treble 16 that is. What a take from Dan Stevenson. He's leveled things up. Deserves every bit of that. What a comeback it's been. Really digging in. He's let things get him down slightly as Dan lately. But he's this weekend, I did notice a lot more confident, which is great to see. Rattling in the 180s in practice. And he's producing the goods on the streaming board here. He's back bossing this game as he did in the opening exchanges of the first leg. As he looks to retake or take the lead for the first time. Brilliant leg. I think Dan's best efforts over the Advanced Tour this year is possibly a semi-final. One of the opening weekends of the tour. Brilliant take. With Jaden sat on 1-2-4. He's one leg away from placing the quarters again. Jaden battling back as you'd expect. What a contest we've got here in Coventry. As I move ever so closer to the edge of my squeaky chair. And that's for Jaden. He's got a big weekend coming up in 2 weekends' time. Huge Saturday in the JPL. And potentially finals on the Sunday. He's in position to remain in the top 8 to make Sunday. Not to be missed on the 27th, 28th weekend of this month. Full production once again. A busy Saturday and finals day for the boys and girls on a Sunday. That would have been one to go out in style. Kia Basil took out the 170. Reeled in the big fish yesterday. For the match 75. Tops for the match, and he finds it. 2 important double tops from Dan Stevenson to close the match out. And he'll be very pleased with that performance, averaging just shy of 75. Nothing to separate them in terms of the averages, but the result is what counts. And the man from the northeast progresses through the quarterfinals. Right up. Welcome back to the action, folks. Fist bumps and we're underway. JDC's world champion, Lex Passhauser. Our Belgian takes on one of Somerset's finest, Shuey Ayres. A very confident young man is Shuey, and rightly so. Lets his darts do the talking. And let's have it right. Who will fancy this against Lex Passhauser? And why not with darts like that? We saw Dan Stevenson get off with a maximum in our game previous. More of the same, Shuey steps up to the mark beautifully. And we know it'll only take a few darts for Lex Passhauser to find his mark on the treble 20. Massive scorer when he gets going, as is all of our top superstars. But Lex can flex it with the best, as he's producing right there. Very easy action is Shuey. I call Lex the recliner. He's that laid back. But Shuey's not far behind him in terms of how laid back he is. And it works for both brilliantly, doesn't it? And if anyone can go out on 2-3-5, Lex Passhauser can. Well, certainly made big inroads in it with that maximum. Double top, double top. Almost answered the 180 in style. And he's missed the big single, so only one dart at it. Big dart to break the throw here. And a fantastic dart it is. An important 15 dart breaker throw that was. Sure, he was awesome in that leg. But Lex is up to the mark and he finds the break. Lex with a huge performance on Friday night. We saw Jack Johnson in action taking out a 156 earlier on the streaming board. Brilliant performance from him. But 6 180s, 4 from Jack Johnson, 2 from Passhauser. And that got our boys' games underway in the JPL in fine fashion. It's been a brilliant opening year on the tour for Lex Passhauser. 3 titles to his name. He won the final event on the Saturday back in May, only a few weeks ago. I said to him prior to going into the streaming board, "Did you have your pizza last night?" He said yes with a wry smile. Looked like he enjoyed it. There was a well-earned pizza he got in May, winning that final. And there's the second maximum. We said it wouldn't take him long to find his scoring boots. And he took his double top out. 100% rock record. Of course, it's very early in the match. But if he finds his doubles as well, how is he going to take some beating? 18 for tops. And sure he's keeping tabs brilliantly here. Double 12. What a take that was. Superb effort. And we're back level, 2 breaks. But this is a quality affair, this, isn't it? What a response from Shoei there. Both players bringing out the best of each other. We say some of the matchups gel beautifully, and this one seems to be doing just that. Shoei reached the quarterfinals yesterday. Disappointed with his 5-1 defeat against Owen Bryceland. Lex, who lost out in the quarterfinals of event 17, the opening tournament of Saturday. A 4-1 defeat against Mitchell Lorry, that was. And that was on our streaming board as well. It was one leg all, and Mitchell got his point stuck in the board. Both players found it amusing, and I almost offered, at the running and offer Mitchell one of my darts. But of course, he was a lot more organised than me and had a spare one of his own. Seemed to work from his spare dart because he went out with the title, of course. Wee Sox going back to back. Lex had a 94 average against Ben Townley in the round of 16. We said Ben's had some tough draws, hasn't he? Getting wasting a dart there, Lex. Won't affect him on this occasion. 209 for Shoei. The only leg he hasn't been competitive so far. Three breaks of throw in the match so far. An important double 10. Lex throws first in leg number 4. Yeah, some solid performances yesterday from Lex at 94 and a 93 average in the opening 2 rounds of the day. Beating Joe Westby 4-0. Sure, he went out at Turgle in the round of 16 of event 18. At the minute, isn't he, Turgle? Basing himself in the UK for quite a while. I think we're going to see the benefits of that over the next few weeks. Relentless scorer. Such a straight dart as Turgle. Doesn't get embroiled in pace, does he? Just does his own thing. Poker faced. An opportunity for a 4th consecutive break here. Each time Lexus took the lead, Shoei's responded brilliantly, hasn't he? And again, took out the 78 and takes out a fantastic check out there. Every time Lex goes in front, he responds. But can he take the lead? And inevitably the match. It's a best of 3 from here. Matches starting in the round of 16. Ryan Branley against Mitchell Lorry. Mason Tees against Archie Self. Jack Johnson against Oliver Haffen. Oliver had a great run yesterday, reaching the semi-final. Kyle Davison. The Scots did well yesterday, didn't they? What a timely maximum that is. Both sat on 305, 2 legs all. And rattles in a maximum. JDC Advanced Tour at its very best, these two. Double 12 for 125. What a great attempt. He'll be back for double 6. How much pressure will be under? Always smiling his Lex, isn't he? Plays the game in great spirit. For the lead for the first time. Shimmies across to great effect. to the Michael Flatley shuffle, and double six was pinned. And as we mentioned, Lex is brilliant from the front and from behind. It's not very often he has to trail in matches. But he's got a great temperament. And his action works fantastically well under pressure, as you'd expect from a world champion. Of course, we've seen the Ali Pali runner-up world finalist Dan Stevenson. I spoke with Dan after the match. The smile on his face was beaming. Congratulations to him with that performance. Great youngster is Dan. When you see the players with emotions, obviously after the games, winning and losing, but it's not going to go well for everybody all the time. So it's great to see the durability and how they respond throughout the course of the year. Almost another maximum from Shoei. But this one looks like going the distance, 68. Which way will he go? He's been guilty on a couple of occasions, hasn't he, Lex, of missing big singles. Threatened the 1-2-5 earlier, but tops for 3-all. 3-all it is. Shoei starts in leg 7. Good luck, lads. For place in the semi-final. Now, penultimate tournament of the JDC Advanced Tour campaign. Can we have another 20 events? Come on, Robbie Long. Of course, tournament director Robbie Long also has a tournament named after him. The waxwork down in London is getting prepared as we speak. Doing admin things upstairs as the girls' tour. We'll keep you posted with that. And of course, the non-streaming boards. We'll see how things are progressing for that England spot. For the top of the table, head-to-head, Turgle and Ryan. And the development tour spots. Mason Tees and Nico Bado duking it out. Nico plays Kyle Davison. Turgle's beaten Jack Nankovic in the round of 16. He's in the quarterfinals. 94 average from Turgle. Relentless, isn't he? So only 59, so a chance for Shoei here. Until the commentator's curse came out. So 6 starts from here for a place in the semi-final. Yet another semi-final. And what a first start. Tops, perhaps. He'll set things up, though. And again, another missed start at a single. Luckily for him, Shoei's back on 210, but it's going to be under immense pressure because this is brilliant dart for years. Could have made a case for staying there and rattling in the 180. Double top for the match. Miles away. And a chance for that hold to throw and for the match now, Shoei. Froome's finest for the match, 84 going. Lex sat on 40. And the flight was blocking my view, but clear reaction shows that it was unlucky. And Lex took out tops in the leg previous. And he'll eyeball it now for the match. Calm as you like, steps up. 2 10s. Takes that out and lets Passauser. Pleased with the performance. It's all about winning flashy averages. He's grinded that one out. He's into the semi-final. Semi-final that will have coming right up. So the handshakes, the bullseye off. And in the background, what can I hear? The Gibraltese national anthem. Nico Baro, Nico Baro, Nico Baro. And we can't leave Mitchell out, can we? The flower of Scotland. When will we see your legs again? Back to the action here. The darts is what matters, not my croaky voice. And popcorn out for this one because this could have been easily a final. Could we see these two duking it out on a Friday night next year? Of course, the top players on the Advanced Tour and players further down will have aspirations to make a JPL. It's been a brilliant opening year for that. And of course, we've still got plenty to come. 4 rounds of fixtures on a Super Saturday at the end of the month. Me and Chris Mason will be guiding you through that. And then we've got the finals day on the Sunday. And a superb 110 take. Mitchell Lawry's been doing this regular, hasn't he? Ton toppers, 15 darters. The youngster's brilliant, isn't he? A bit like Turgle, many finals, and now he's got over the winning line. He won back-to-back, albeit on 2 separate weekends. But again, showing how he's maintained his form. Already into our semi-finals. We saw Lex Passhauser, the match previous, edging out a thriller against Showyers. And who else but Turgle Kularelku? Can he go back-to-back? Again, on separate days, but he will close the gap going into the final event on Ryan Branley. Of course, Ryan played Mitchell Lawry and was edged out in the thriller 4-3. So that really makes things fascinating at the top of the Advanced Tour. Ryan seemed out of sight, didn't he? And now Turgle has made it interesting going into a Super Sunday afternoon. Judgment Day here in Coventry. And Mitchell will know Nico well in terms of his ability. And this is a real polished performance, a professional performance. Doubles his advantage. And won't be long left done before Nico is simmering along nicely in the 90 averages. I love some of Mitchell's reactions. Nico gives far less away. But what a talent Mitchell Lawry is. We knew he was good, but he hasn't half stepped up, hasn't he, over the last few months. Just at the right time. The man from Renfrew, brand new Iron Brew. Other fizzy pop is available, of course. We see Mitchell take out some blockbuster 3-figure checkouts. That 110 was important in the opening leg, wasn't it? It's got him a foothold in this quarter final. But to reduce the arrears to half the arrears, big double 10 coming up with Mitchell on 24. And Mitchell will be back for that double to go one leg away from a place in the semi-final. Nico will be gutted he's missed them 3 darts. He probably knows in his head he won't be back. Rightly so. Mitchell takes it out. Punishes well. And a smile from Nico. The game's played in great spirit between the pair. Nico knows how important that was. As we say, a great temperament and back in the red bit. And with that 93 there, Mitchell Lowry in this leg number 4 has just got 15 data written all over it as if to say, hit a 12 and you'll stay in the match. Hit a 15 and pack your bags and prepare for event number 20, Nico. Battling back well is Nico. How much has he got left in the tank? Plenty by the looks of it. Brilliant second dart. One adjustment to leave the big fish. Keeping Nico honest in leg number 4. And a break of throw, but 155 coming in. What a brilliant take that is. A blockbuster finish. We talk about Mitchell Lowry's ability on the 3-figure checkouts. Nico Bado isn't too bad, as quite clearly demonstrated. What a break. And we said he wouldn't be long before he's simmering at 90. You know why? Because he's Nico Bado, oh, Nico Bado, Nico Bado. 155. Get up, son. Mitchell was in the 150 range when he pulled level against Jack Johnson en route to win event number 16. And what a response it is this time for Mitchell Lowry. Wee socks at his finest. Both players bringing out the best of each other right now. Mitchell averaging 95 and making it look so easy, isn't he? Great to see Nico win an event this year. A thoroughly deserved victory that was. He's been coming over for a few years now to Coventry. For the match, double 5. He's took out 1 ton topper. Can he take out another one? You feel it has to go. And a lovely guide if he gets the treble 20. Brilliant setup. But he's going to rely on misses. Treble for the double. So from nowhere, we could be getting a 6 leg here. Looks good to me. It's inside. No. So 5 for the match again. He's already had 1 look at it, but a first look at double 2. More misstarts for Mitch. Drama here in Coventry. Nico to extend the match. Double 4. Loves that side of the board. Finds double 4. Mitchell has the darts in leg number 6. Can he eventually see this one out? Important switch. And that was a lovely mark of that first dart, wasn't it? Invited the 140. A brilliant response to their missed double. I would say one of the two men at the minute, Turgle and Mitch. How handy is this 204 going to be left? No damage done unless Nico finds two trebles. So 6 darts if required to wrap things up. Best of 7, of course. We move up to best of 9 in the semi-final. What a first dart. Huge second dart. Oh, and a very unlucky third dart. That was the box office for Mitchell Lorry to conclude matters here. Takes a breath. Double 6. He loves double 6. Not too bad at double 3. He's chasing it around the board. You couldn't, could you, Nico? Leaves the wee fish. Madhouse to end the mental contest. Well, what hasn't this game had? Amazing drama. Not if you're Mitchell Lorry. So bullseye to take us the distance. Oh my God, we're going the distance. What a 130 checkout. We've had a 155 and a 130. And we're going the distance. And with that 130 checkout, Nico has the advantage in the decider. Good luck, lads. Brilliant performance from both players. Scratchy on the doubles is Mitchell, but both players showing great heart, tremendous heart, in fact. Oh, this invites 180. Lost his way to throw, but still finds an important treble with the first dart. And what a response it's been from Nico. What a two treble visit that was for Mitchell Lorry. Box office stuff here, the JDC Advanced Tour. Judgment Day on a Super Sunday for a third twin topper of the match. Finish, and Mitchell Lorry will be back for 48 to wrap things up. Can you avoid a bit of winning line-itis? Double 16. And you look at a different side of the board, and there it is. Congratulations to him on eventually getting over the winning line. A brilliant heart and effort from him. Also, himself and his family and his country proud. Nico Bado, Nico Bado, Nico Bado. Mitchell will be in the semi-final. A semi-final that will have coming right up. So we draw breath after an unbelievable contest between Mitchell Lorry and Nico Bado in our quarterfinals. 3-0 and seemingly cruising. Three all, and Mitchell gets over the winning line. Lex Passhauser is in another semi-final against Turgle, who could close the gap even further. He is closing the gap even further on Ryan Branley. A win and he's 1 point behind at the top going into the last event. Ryan only picking up 1 point around a 16. Turgle could get maximum points on 5. So 4 points differential if he was to beat Lex Passhauser and win the final. Sounds easy, doesn't it? But he's got a small matter of the JDC World Champion. Well, title aspirations of his own, of course. This is a repeat of the opening round of fixtures in the JPL. And again, like so many of the JPL matches, if you get a chance to watch any of them back, watch all of them back, well worth. The standard's been immense. And on that opening round of fixtures, Turgle led 2-1 and missed the dart for 3-1 for a big checkout before Lex Passhauser turned on the afterburners and won 5-2. Both of them in top 8 contention to make finals for the JPL. And it's second versus third on the Advanced Tour. Something's got to give. Turgle going for his third title. I was talking to Turgle yesterday after both events, and Oggy, who he's travelled over to the UK with. Great supporter is Oggy to Turgle. And Turgle's been runner-up on 6 occasions. As he tries to gun down his third title. Lex going for his 4th title, which will match strides with Ryan Branley. These two, the pride and joy of the JDC. And what's a race to 5? Lex won't panic with this early trebleless display. But you don't want to be giving Turgle too much of a head start. He's off the mark with a 15 dart breaker throw. Lex seems slightly distant, doesn't he? A little bit distracted. Be interesting to see how he can gather his focus and mind. There's the steely eye we're looking for. Turgle's run yesterday to the title. Beat Owen Bryceland in that final 6-1. Brilliant performance for our 11-year-old superstar from north of the border. He beat Ryan Branley 5-4, we mentioned, from 3-0 down and took out a 15-darter on 101 to break and win the match. That's box office, isn't it? Ryan sat on 60 after 15 and he takes out the 101. Won't be bothered about leaving. 179 after 9. And averaging 61.5. Wasn't expecting this from Lex, but still early doors. There it goes. Can he fill it up? Fascinating conclusion to the tour, isn't it? And we're going to the wire to see if it's Turgle or Ryan who's going to be the JDC Advanced Tour champion. Lex has done amazing in third. He won the very first event, backing up his World Championship victory. Tops has taken out 15 darts, followed by 16. Turgle can do this 24 hours round the clock, can't he? And he averaged 98 himself on Friday night in the JPL. Fellow semi-finalist Mitchell Lorry, it was a 5-1 victory it was for Turgle. And when he got interviewed off Darren Barson afterwards, it was great to see him get that experience in front of the cameras. He's learning his English all the time. And me and Chris Mason discussed this, and the fact he averaged 98 and he was calm as you like, wasn't throwing his arms and fist pumping as if to say, I expect to do that all the time. 14-year-old everybody, Turgle, against our 13-year-old youngest ever JDC world champion. What a future these two have. Both tour card holders waiting to happen. And of course, we're talking a few years down the line. I said yesterday, there's not many better players in Belgium right now than Lex Passauer. And this is much better from Lex. I'm having to rub my eyes to check. Turgle's missed a straight dart. He's straight into a treble 5. Very rare you see that happen as Lex reduces the arrears. He said he's got time on his side in a best of 9, but you don't want to be giving Turgle a 3-0 lead. He hasn't. And there's still one break in it. And while there's still one break in it, if he was to draw level, he would have the advantage of him winning the bullseye off. But as we talk about players and improvement over the course of the year throughout the tour, at the very top, we've got Turgle, who's improved his game that extra couple of percent, and that's what's took him to finals, to titles, instead of quarterfinals and semi-finals. Again, I would say the two informed players right now is Turgle and Mitchell Lorry. And for Mitchell, having won event number 17 yesterday, following up from his event 16 title, he had about 2 minutes break, and he had to chalk or iPad the first live stream game of event number 18, having been drawn out at the very bottom of the draw. And to rub salt in the wound with that, he was only up against Turgle of Mongolia. A result that Turgle got the better of Mitchell in that event. The JDC Advanced Tour throws up some fascinating first round clashes. A big score here required for Turgle if he's going to maintain his advantage of throw. And he's listening. He's doing just that. A brilliant maximum from Turgle. We've seen a 144 at the previous weekend from Lex as he eyeballed the Ronnie O'Sullivan. .52 going. We know that Turgle prefers tops and 10s. He's got a shot at tops to go 3-1 up. Again, the flight block in my view, but the eyebrow raise suggests that it missed. And there we go. Lex Passauer takes out 69-2, and he has the advantage of throwing leg number 5. It's been a brilliant turnaround from him, hasn't it? 2-0 down and not at the races. But he's now massaging his way into the match nicely. Always got a cheeky smile on his face, hasn't he, Lex? And for Turgle, you don't know whether he's sat with pocket aces or 7 deuce. I wouldn't like to play him at poker. He gives nothing away, doesn't he? This is a fascinating contest, isn't it? We know Turgle is going to be granite, but Lex has now stepped up. I'm sure Turgle will respond, but Lex has a chance, not at this visit, of course, but to take the lead for the first time. First start invited more. Still leaves a handy 116. 140 minimum requirement here from Turgle. Never. 2 straight darts in one visit. I'm not having that from Turgle. Who is this imposter? Where's the Turgle gone? We know. That's the standards we expect from Turgle. He's amazing, isn't he? I said to Mace the previous weekend of the JPL on round 4, how I've never seen him average less than 85. And I think he averaged 83 on that occasion. But again, fine margins, and he's just so consistent. We've seen over 100 average from both players throughout the course of the Advanced Tour. And again, so many 90-plus averages for Lex as he takes out 56 and takes the lead for the first time. Over halfway to victory, he's 2 away from a place in the final. And this will be pleasing if you're a Ryan Branley fan, or if you are Ryan Branley, of course, because he won't want Turgle to go on and win the title. If Turgle was to lose this semi-final, he gets 3 points from event number 19 to Ryan's 1. So the gap from 5 points becomes 3. Which means Ryan, let's work this one out. What will he have to do to win the tour? Quarterfinal puts him on 2 points. Turgle would have to win it. But then what would it go on? Tournament 1, in which Ryan would have the advantage on 4. Turgle, if he was to lose this and then win event, that would be 3. It's going to be tight, folks. We'll keep you posted throughout. And of course, he's still got a chance of winning this and going on to the final. So many permutations running through my head. And of course, Nico Bado's run to the quarterfinals there will help him in his development tour. 3 places up for grabs. Between him and Mason Tees, it looks like, to get that sponsorship. And only 45 there. Brilliant adjustment with a second dart from Lex. A classy 1-2-1. And from Lex looking unfocused at the beginning, it's Turgle's turn to have a couple of legs off in terms of consistency. And as we say, both brilliant front runners when they get going, relentless scorers and finishers. But Turgle, we've seen, show great fight from behind. And he's going to have to produce that again. Because one thing's for sure, Lex Passauser won't gift him many opportunities from here. Brilliant first start. 72 going. Will he go for the treble 16? He finds the treble 16. He wants double 12. A great attempt at the 129. And that was only to level the game. Will he be back for 24 because Passhauser's on 128? He wants treble 20 for the bullseye. He gets the treble 20. He's halfway there. He finds the bullseye. And what a response from the 129 miss. Lex Passhauser's timing is perfect. He breaks the throw. What a checkout that was. Our JDC world champion throws for the match and a place in the final. Turgo responds as you'd expect. Brilliant from both players. We had Turgo on our very first match of the day, a 4-1 victory. We had a couple of gremlins at work, so I didn't get a chance to commentate on that game. And I didn't get a chance to show off my new knowledge of Mongolian language, because 11 o'clock when we got underway, I learned a bit of Mongolian yesterday from Turgle and Oggy. And good morning. Uglin Mend. Good morning. I'll have to work out good afternoon. He's not busy. And I've said to Lex, I want to pick up a bit of Belgian for our JPL finals weekend. Multilingual Carl. Both speak better English than me. Turgo reminds us a bit of myself, man of a few words. Here we go then for the match. Has he got Turgo's number on 118? He's still got a chance at it. Not on this occasion. Turgo's back for his double 12 this time. He didn't get a look at it in the last leg with that brilliant 128 take. But 2 12s for 4-3. And to break back and get us back on throw. He gets double 6. He loves that side of the board with tops and 10s. And he finds the double 6 beautifully. More twists and turns in this semi-final. Are we going the distance? Turgo has got to serve this one out and make Lex serve it out for the match. What an unbelievable tournament. What an unbelievable tour we've had. I've loved every bit of the 19 events so far. The kids have been brilliant, the youngsters, boys and girls. And from a tide shifter with that 128, Turgle has responded brilliantly, hasn't he? Lex has done very little wrong from 4-2 up. And once again, as we mentioned, Turgle averaging 86.87. I see he rarely differs below the 85. There's no 168 getting taken out on this occasion, but he's got 6 starts. Lex with a great 140. Has outside aspirations, has seen off the match without having to hold his throw. But a professional ton from Turgle. And a 140 backed up with a 145. So can he close the door on leg 8? 52 again. 12 for tops. Clear target area at tops. This time, Turgle takes it out. A brilliant display from him to get us back level. A fist pump. Best of luck, lads. A place in the final at stake. These boys are brilliant, aren't they? And a lot of time you can forget 14-year-old is Turgle and 13 is Lex. Oh my God. So Lex will be hoping he's not going off the boil at the wrong time. He's got to forget them 6 starts. It's effectively Turgle who's got the advantage, but still plenty scope in the leg for Lex to get back in this one. And you can feel the pressure from both players. Turgle not taking advantage of that. And this is where, as you say, Lex has just got to forget them first 2 visits. And now he's just got to forget the first 3 visits. Because it's still 350 range from both. As this time Turgle does punish. But only 85 after that treble 20. Nail biting stuff, isn't it? And as we say, another streaming board match at the business end where we've gone the distance. Nick Obado and Mitchell Lowry provided us with a last leg thriller. And Lex and Turgle are doing the same. Yes, albeit not of the highest quality of leg, but so much at stake. Drama here in Coventry. He'd be gutted with a 99 there after that first treble 20, because a 2 treble visit here will put Turgle back in command of the leg. Turgle comes up dry on the red and green bit. We'll get a pop of the 154, will Turgle. We've seen some monster checkouts. Will we see one to close out the semi-final? 2 treble 19s he's looking at. Lex back for an attempt at 118. Unable to execute it on the last leg. But this is a very important visit. Treble, double 19. One match start miss from Lex. Turgle on 97, treble 19 for tops. His beloved tops. Treble 18. And Lex will be back. Will he go directly for the double 19? Or will he go 6 for double 16? He needs to make his mind up. It looks to me like he's going directly for it. And why not when you hit it like that first start? A smile from Turgle, and Lex Passhauser is into our final as he holds the 4th title of the year. Turgle's been fantastic. He's got 3 points from event number 19. He's 3 points behind Ryan Branley at the top of the table. Stay with us, folks. We've got our final coming right up. Welcome back to the JDC Centre of Excellence here in Coventry. Our first of two finals on a Super Sunday, Judgment Day at the darts. JDC's world champion, Lex Passhauser of Belgium, against no doubt one of the front runners to become a JDC world champion, Mitchell Lawrie. Who's getting a rather familiar face in our finals. Amazing achievement over the last few months from Mitchell. We talk about the JDC and progression, Foundation Tour champion. And boys, he stepped up to the mark in 2025. Both players looking relaxed coming into the final, just had the photographs taken for social media. It's a mile away from the bullseye, Mitchell. Yeah, what a performance it's been from Mitchell, but you forget, Lex Passhauser, our world champion, you take it for granted at times. But he's been granted throughout the tour as well. And when you consider the travel that Mitchell and his family do from up in Renfrew in Glasgow, and Lex coming across from Belgium, a huge commitment for both and for all of our players. But to then produce the goods over long days and weekends. Of course, both of our players featuring in our JPL on a Friday night. And still firing on all cylinders deep into a Sunday. The opening leg of our final, Lex has the darts. What is a race to 6. Me and Mace talked about on Friday night how often you get finals where you don't see the quality in terms of averages and how youngsters can get fixated in terms of averages. But I've got a feeling that these two are going to bring the best out of each other and we're going to see some eye-watering averages. You're almost seen an eye-watering big fish there. He's certainly not bobbing along at a steady pace, is he, Mitchell? He wants to get the job done in this leg. A superb 14 darter to break the throw. And here we go again. 104.44 Mitchell averaged of event number 16. A 6-2 win that was against Turgle, who we've just seen in our semi-final lose to Lex Passhauser. And in that final, he really didn't give Turgle any opportunity at all to get in the match. And that's what you've got to do against such a quality operator as Turgle is. And he's doing just that against our world champion. Already a great ambassador for the JDC at such a slender age as Lex. Being our world champion and what a youngster and temperament he is and has. And I discussed with Mitchell about his preparation and how he seems a lot more settled on the live streaming boards on a Saturday and Sunday. The big fish was unlucky. The Shanghai has every opportunity. The double-double. He should be back for double 5. And And Lex did well to turn that match around against Turgle because he trailed 2-0, in which he trails 2-0 here against Mitchell Lorry in the final. But he looked all at sea, didn't he, Lex? But I said in a best 9 contest, he's still got plenty of time on his side to turn the match around, which he did. But this is a different animal altogether in terms of Mitchell Lorry leading from the front. His form's only going to gather pace as the match develops. What a crazy match that was against Nick Obado, wasn't it? Chased the doubles around the board, but showed great composure to get over the winning line. And the match went to the rightful owner in the end. But Nick Obado with a 155 and a 130 checkout. And that 130 was special, wasn't it? Lex now finding his scoring boots. Oh, and wow, what to the 164 for Mitchell Lorry. A smile there from Mitch as he looks to tidy up the 25 once again. Not much of a guide is that. And he's in the North Sea to throw the third dart. To get a leg back double 16. And that most certainly will hurt Mitchell Lorry. What an attempt it was at the 164. But again, he's in such fine form. He won't dwell on that. And he hasn't dwelled on that with a 134. Power scoring from our Junior Power League superstars. Said with a Friday night, Mitchell was beaten by a 98 average of Turgle of Mongolia. 5-1 that scoreline was. Just looking back at the fixtures to see if they've had the head-to-head clash already. So 71 going to re-establish a 2-leg cushion. And a brilliant first start. Can he pin the double 16? Doesn't go over the top to great effect. But he will be back for the 32. He's had double drama, hasn't he, Mitchell? But against such an accomplished opponent, he can't do that too often. And double 8 is found for a second time for him. And he does re-establish the 2-leg advantage. He's halfway to a third JDC Advanced Tour title. And when he finds that first start, Mitchell, it just has 180 written all over it, doesn't it? But a very handy 140. Two treble visit here, and he'll have a stranglehold on the Passhauser throw. Second turn of the leg from Lex. Averaging just shy of 80, and you feel he's going to have to be up at the 100 range if he's going to lift the title here. Because Mitchell at 92 is only going to get stronger and stronger, you feel, as the match develops. Chance for the 144. We've been here before with Lex Passhauser. He's taken that out at the business end of a previous tournament. I think that was against Mitchell Lorry as well, you know. I think Mitchell Lorry missed a big check out of his own. And what a handy 70 take that was. And a very important breaker throw. He's 2 legs away from the title. And that punishes Passhauser's miss. Yeah, I'm sure Mitchell Lorry missed a 147, I believe. And Passhauser took out the 144. Mitchell, who took out Dan Stevenson on the non-stream semi-final. Great to see Daniel do so well. I said I was waiting for a big tournament from Daniel, and he reaches the semi-final there. 5-3, Mitchell won that semi-final. After Dan beat Jack Johnson 4-3. So we'll take a look and see if he's still got outside aspirations for that 4th England spot. Jackie Boy. Outside hopes coming into it. Mason Tees. Lost in the last 16, I believe. So we'll nudge closer to him. Fascinating conclusion to the JDC Advanced Tour. And for Mitchell, he's a shoe-in, of course, for the World Cup team for Scotland. Mongolia is going to be mightily strong. It's going to be a very interesting World Cup later on in the year. The big fish to go 5-1. Bullseye. He almost threatened Lex Passhauser with a good time there. 2 10s. Got to go. Hasn't gone, and Mitchell Lorry will be back for 46 to go 1 away. One thing's for sure, he didn't lay that up to leave 32, and Passhauser comes back for 10. Double 2. Brand new. So a deep breath out. Doesn't look a bad marker. Getting closer. And it's not match darts or tournament championship darts missed. But could that be pivotal in the momentum of this match? Double 2. You don't expect Mitchell Lorry to be back in this leg, but double 1 going. He's chasing it, his legs. He's feeling it. And we have drama in our final on doubles. Composes himself, gathers his thoughts, clears his head, and finds the double 16. Advances to 5-1. He's on the hill. And he's 1 leg away from a 3rd JDC Advanced Tour title to move alongside Lex Passhauser on 3 wins. Goes for the blind 180. If he is to break here, it'll replicate the final of yesterday. Actually, it was 2 legs at Turgle. Turgle won 6-1 against Owen Bryceland yesterday. Brilliant 2 treble visit. He wants to get the job done. He wants to get it done now, doesn't he, Mitchell? But Passhauser responds. We know our world champion won't go away in one leg. I'll keep him interested in this final. For the title and a brilliant 87 checkout. He's been brilliant in that range. He's been unlucky with so many three-figure checkouts, but a very polished performance from Mitchell Lorry. Title number 3 for him. Congratulations to Mitchell and Connections, and congratulations to Passhauser in reaching the final. But it's Mitchell's final. 6-1 and 88.75 average made look easy. And with a quick draw breath, we move on to our final event of the JDC Advanced Tour. And of course, we've got the girls' final as well to look forward to as well. Folks, one of round 2 in a few minutes' time. Welcome back, folks. So hot on the heels of the Mitchell Lowry show. Congratulations to Mitchell on his third Advanced Tour title. And his third in 4 events. Amazing achievement. We've got a conclusion of the JDC Advanced Tour, and it's game number 1 of that. And it's event number 19's semi-finalist, Daniel Stevenson. Against one of the hottest prospects around right now, Keir Basel. Youngest ever WDF senior champion. When you compare the likes of Van Gerwen and Luke Littlers that have won titles, Keir at 14, amazing achievement, winning over in Hungary over the recent few months. Featured yesterday on our live stream board early with a superb 170 checkout. The way Daniel Stevenson's playing, Keir's going to have to be pinpoint on his checkouts and finishing. If he's going to take out Daniel. It was a blistering start, wasn't it, from Dan? He lost that opening leg. Battled back well. It's Keir's darts in this opening leg. Very little to separate the two of them. Real tough one to call this. Let's have a look at the draw, what we've got. See what eye-catching matches we've got. This clearly being one of them. Both players pleasing on the eye with the action. Another one, I think they'll bring the best out of each other. Tops for 1-0. Takes it out lovely. That's what you want, a double with the first start in the opening leg. Keir was taken out of the round of 32 at the English Open against the Badger, Davy Prinz. Be interesting to see if he has northeast trouble once again in Dan Stevenson. A brilliant response here from Dan. 140 follows in with a 180. And that's when you know your form's in the right place. When you can respond to a heavy score like that. The Advanced Tour update. Ryan Branley, 51 points. Turgle of Mongolia, 48 points. Great attempt at the 146 from Dan. Branley on 51, Turgle on 48, Lex on 43, Mitchell Lowry 39, Jack Nankovich 35, Archie Self 31, Mason Tees 28. He's in that 4th spot for England. Great take from Dan, and it's 1-1. Again, early stages of the match, but an important hold that from Dan. You don't want to be going down 2-0 with Keir throwing first in leg number 3, the form he's in. And now we've got a real contest on our hands. Conclusion of the tour, and what a year it's been. And I expect more fireworks in our final event. Every player will want to make it count. Of course, Dan's had a brilliant JDC career as a whole. Highlight being reaching the final of the World Championships, the experience of playing on the Pally stage. We'll be moving on, as we say, to the development tour, because one of the players that'll be eligible for the tour next year, along with fellow Northumberland superstar Ryan Branley, Taylor McGuckian, Mason Tees, Jack Peat, Dan Stevenson breaks, 2-1 with the darts in leg number 4. Great to see Dan chucking so well. Sure he has. Jaden Jones, Jack Peat, all will be coming off the tour next year. So it looks like with a 4-point advantage, Mason Tees is in real poor position to get that England spot. But what is going to be tight is between Mason Tees and Nico Bado for the development tour sponsorship. That's going to be interesting to see, because only 1 point separates Nico Bado and Mason. We'll run through the draw for event 20 in a moment. Yeah, Jaden has an outside chance on 24 points, as does Taylor McGuckian and Jack Johnson. But they're going to have to go and probably win event 20 and rely on a last 16 or a first round exit for Mason Tees. 6 darts if required from Dan Stevenson to go 1 away from a place in the second round. Another treble or leave it hand. Went out of runway, didn't he, on that one? And that's how you take out 100. Cap tip there from Dan to Dan. 1 leg away from a place in the second round. When it all comes together, Dan can certainly go on and win this final event and go out in style. And what's the draw gods like for Ryan Branley and Turgle? Nico Bado's got Lex Passhauser. Wow. So that'll be pleasing for if you're Mason Tees for the development tour sponsorship. Nico's going to have to do it the hard way, which he's more than capable of doing, of course. He has had Lex Passhauser's number in the past, including that final when he won event 6. And that was unlucky to go out in style, wasn't it, from Dan? We've seen some great attempts from our youngsters on the three-figure checkouts. Mitchell Lowry missed so many. Lex Passhauser unlucky on the 144. And then we had Nico Barrow's brilliance, didn't we? A 155 and a 130. So to remain in the match, this 112. Been gifted an opportunity with a bust there from Dan. Still averaging an impressive 83. Wants double eight for the match. 2 4s. Match starts gone again for now. And Kia has the opportunity to reduce the arrears. Double 16. Now Burnley man misses. And Dan's back for double 2. A further 3 match darts go a begging. And despite Kia not expecting to return to the hockey, he's got to put this away. He does put it away and says, there, that's where it is. And what's great about our youngsters, they don't dwell on it, do they? I expect Danny to fire in a big score. He's doing just that. Look at this. Fantastic darts from Dan. And what a response from all those match darts missed. Back-to-back 140s. Real professional leg here from Dan. 81 after 9 darts. And Kia clinging on. But for an 11 or 12 dart match winner, doesn't need to go for the 12. Great ball management. Good to see that he's thinking, which I'd expect obviously from Dan. But he's got a clear head and he's got a clear target at double 16. That doesn't look a bad guide. How tight were those? So to somehow take us the distance. Treble 20 for 36. Brilliant second dart. He's given himself an opportunity here to throw for the match. And he will throw for the match. The 115 is taken out. And Dan, how's your luck, mate? I've lost track of the match darts missed, but it's got to be bordering on double figures. But what a 115 checkout. That was a classy take from Keir. And when Dan was hitting the 3 140s, Keir was clinging on with a treble of visit. Real character shown from our Burnley youngster. Mason Tees has Kyle Davison. Jack Nankervis against Taylor McGuckian. Taylor's had a tough draw today, hasn't he? Mitchell Lowry, Jack Pete. Jack's a player that'll be exiting the tour. Semi-final yesterday, brilliant performance from him. He'll be sending off back to Southport with his head held high. Turkle has Craig Devlin. And Ryan Branley has his stablemate Oliver Haffen in the first round. Two Super League partners down at Bright Sports Club. And the door is ajar now for Dan Stevenson to take advantage. Needed the two treble visits right there, didn't he? So it's still advantage Kia. He's earned the right for this opportunity with a brilliant 115 checkout. Yes, he's relied on misses, but he's dug in really deep, hasn't he, Kia? Superb response from Stevenson. Leaves a ton, but first up is the 130. Bullseye for the match. Superb attempt from Kia. Drama here in Coventry once again. On how he needed that earlier performance on the treble 20 double top. Double 8 to turn this one around brilliantly. Sometimes you need to ride your luck if you're going to go deep in tournaments. And it's his turn to wire the double 8, but he takes out the all important double 4. He's turned this one around. He's into the second round. Dan Stevenson, best of luck to your future away from the JDC. But it's Kay who progresses. Stay with us, folks. We've got another first round match coming right up. Welcome back, folks, as I slide myself back into the commentary box. I look forward to Jack Courtney taking on Dominic Kosick. Again, when we talk about youngsters and families that commit to all the travelling involved, Slovakia and Ireland, it's hardly round the corner. Callum Cody has already had success in the opening round for Ireland. Could we have two Irish hotshots progress through? Jack's been fairly granite, hasn't he, throughout the tour? The updated table after event number 19. 18th on the order of merit. One below Ben Townley, two below Dan Stevenson. One ahead of Shoyers, who we've seen play very well on recent streams. Dominic missed the opening round of fixtures in February, wasn't unable to travel. We did see him play well in defeat of event number 5. Dominic, who was 7th on the JDC Q School Order of Merit. So that's a fantastic achievement in itself. Another youngster who has a bright future ahead of him. The Rottweiler Snarls, 57. Takes it out, no problem at all. And Jack's in that kind of bracket where I expect a big run from him at some point. He's not on my list of players that will move off the tour. However, he will be 16, so he was entered in the calculations coming into the final weekend for the development tour sponsorship. He was 7th on that list, but he was quite a way behind Nico Bado, who was sat in 3rd. So to my reckoning, Jack's got another year on the tour. Superb maximum there from Dominic. And back comes Courtney. Of course, in the girls, there's no Becca Allen. That came over this weekend. She's the Irish starlet. What a future she's got ahead in the game. Excited to see how her future progresses. This will be a showstopper. Not to be on this occasion, but he's going to leave it handy, and the 30 is going to be under pressure. With a maximum in this leg, can he wrap up and level things up? The way his darts sit, it looked awkward, didn't it? And after Jack taking out the 57 combination, he has 3 clear darts at tops. That doesn't look a bad guide. Neither does that one. A reprieve from Dominic. And a level game. Punishes the 3 darts missed. Yes, he had the darts at 15 before and the leg went to its rightful owner. But Jack, the gutted he's not 2-0 up. But he has the darts. And he finds a brilliant adjustment to the treble 19. Who let the dogs out? Ooh, 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 ooh. Who let the dogs out? The Rottweiler at the Yockey and fires in a 140. Salivating at the chops as he looks to re-establish his lead. This classy lefty from Ireland. A fascinating conclusion to the JDC Advanced Tour. Some big results that have gone on already. Jack's back on his favourite tops. Takes out tops. No messing this time. Re-establishes his lead. 86 average. And he's making it look fairly ordinary, isn't he? Huge prospect in the game. Yeah, as we mentioned, the big clash, the heavyweight clash between Nico Bado and Lex Passhauser. And it's Nico Bado who has got through to the round of 16. Brilliant performance from him. 4-2 win. And the permutations alongside that. Mason Tees was 3-1 down against Kyle Davison of Scotland. And if Mason has lost that one and Nico's won, Nico would possibly just need one more win and he gets a third development tour sponsorship. Because I don't think anyone else can catch him. However, who's to say Mason hasn't came back to win 4-3? I'll update you shortly on that one. Now, Jack Nankervis was tied 2-2 with Taylor McGuckian. So still with the advantage of throw here is Dominic. He's at second bottom on the order of merit in 35th. He's found wins very difficult to come by, but as you can see by how he's throwing now, he's a confident young man and he's going to take the JDC Advanced Tour experience moving forward to next year, because remember 32 becomes 64 and no player will lose their tour card on the back of being near the bottom of the table. And I think a lot of players, once they heard that news, once the news was broke, we've seen the pressure off and we've seen players relax. And we've seen great improvement as well. Aiming for the bullseye. Tidy attempt, but Dominic has a chance now to level things up. 84. This is certainly within Korsic's wheelhouse. He's halfway to executing that double 12. Brilliant from Dominic Korsic. That's what he's all about. It's a level game. Jack starts in leg number 5. When we talk about matches that go the distance, Jack Courtney always does this to me. And I thank you very much because I love watching you play. A lot of good players across the water in Ireland. We've had a bit of an Irish derby going on in the World Cup of Darts over in Germany. Northern Ireland getting the better of the Republic of Ireland in the quarterfinals. And Germany's just edged out Australia 8-7. It's here in Coventry where the best youngsters around are tickling their tungsten. And he's carrying that momentum of the 84 checkout into leg number 5. And he's threatening Jack with a break here. It's been a brilliant turnaround from Dominic, but Jack missed that bullseye, didn't he, for 3-1. Fine margins in the game. But even if he was to break here, Jack has the fighting spirit to come back. Fascinating match. Mentioned Callum Cody, guys, winning the first round of Ireland. 29th is Callum. Jack at 18th. Ben's lost already today, 4-3. So Jack with a win. Dan's out in the first round, Stevenson. So Jack could move up a few places if he was to get to the round of 16 or even a quarterfinals. He's got to take care of business here, hasn't he? Because Dominic's back for a break as he goes in pursuit of his first win of the tour. There is the break. Jack Courtney's been very good on double top. And now it's Dominic Kosick's turn to fire in a tops. 6-legged Dom's darts for his first victory. Remember as well, folks, Friday the 27th, that weekend we're going to be back down Saturday and Sunday for JPL finals weekend on Saturday and Sunday. The girls' JPL has come to a close where we've lost Yasmin Rook-Havard and we've also lost Lily Wheeler as 6 has become 4. Lexi Jane Rooksby, who's back from county duty in Northants to try her luck today. She's certainly a potential finalist candidate. Ruby Gray's in terrific form. She's also in our JPL Girls Finals. And then, of course, we've got the classy Becca Allen. And Paige Paulin, who was top of the Girls Tour and top of the table in the JPL. And for the boys, 10 will become 8. 2 weekends' time. Get it in your diary, everybody. Hope to see you all on what's going to be a brilliant weekend. Chris Mason will be alongside me in the commentary box for a full production of that. We're going to have interviews, as always, on our JPL. An opportunity to break back and throw for the match. We said Courtney has the capability and the mentality to fight back. He's going to be back as 163 for Dominic. Simply won't go. The 94 is going to be under pressure, however, to take us the distance. Chris Dobie loves that route, doesn't he? The double 19s. Will he get a shot at the tops? Because the 16 will leave a tops of his own for Dominic. How he's managed to do that, I don't know, but he's left tops with a double 8. Of course he meant to do it. Dominic Korsic gets his first win on the JDC Advanced Tour. Congratulations to him. For Jack Courtney, it's been a very impressive year for him. He'll be back. But it's Dominic who enjoys his first success. Stay with us, folks. We've either got another first round match or we're going to dip our toes into the round of 16. It won't be long, folks. Stay with us. The fist pump, and Drake Porter gets us underway for another first round contest. A fascinating one, as always. It was a good day yesterday for Leo Howard. Nice to see him get a bit of consistency. A run to the quarters, I believe. Double check that. He had a couple of good wins, didn't he? He also featured Drake Porter, who played well in defeat. And another 12-year-old wonder kid. And you look at Leo Howard and you'll probably think, there's no way he's only 12. And you'll be right, because I'm talking about Drake Porter. Just having a chat prior to this match starting with Mason Tees, and I discussed in commentary on the last match that he was 3-1 down in his match, but says more than capable of turning that round against Kyle Davison, and it was a very important turnaround because he managed to get the 4-3 victory into the second round, and means he only needs one more win to secure that England position for the World Cup squad. Superb take from Drake Porter. Me and Chris Mason discussed it on Friday night, where I said Jackie Boy, and how much of a disadvantage it is for the smaller players, not just for the double tops, but the treble 20s even. The fact that they've got to throw upwards and how that can lead to stylistic issues. And you look at Leo, who has the kind of a Lex Passhauser, relaxed natural throw. Drake's very much a more upper loop, but to great effect, of course. What a talent he is, isn't he, Drake Porter? As is Leo. Clearly warmed him up to good effect on Friday evening. Back at the hotel. The 1-2-1s, Leo Howard and Archie South. Guess it was the handbrake in that one. Superb 120 take from Drake Porter. And I love the reaction as well. Gives it the Gezi Price, come on. A real good performance so far from Drake Porter, averaging 86. It's the best I've seen with him over the course of the season. Could he be saving the best to last? We haven't seen much on the streaming board of Leo this year. We have this weekend, and I've been very impressed with what I've seen. There's that England Grand Prix call-ups, I believe. So has a lot of experience for his young age. And Drake's timing's been excellent in this match, hasn't it? Battle of Blythe and Ryan Branley 2-1 up against Oliver Haffen. Jaden Walker, as we mentioned, the permutations of that England position. Mason Tees winning his match from 3-1 down means he has to win one more match. But that one more match is against Jack Nankovic, who's already in the England team. So a real tough one if he's going to guarantee the position of his own accord, as Drake Porter trebles his advantage. A real dominating display, this, isn't it? I love the way Leo just cracks on with it, though. I mentioned the temperament of our youngsters. And boom, 140. He's popping the question, isn't he, to Drake Porter, as if to say, if you keep this up, I'll shake your hand and say, well done, but you're going to have to beat us. So I'm not going to shake my head and I'm not going to go away. And if you do step off the gas, I'm going to be back at 3-all in no time. Turgle has Craig Devlin. Remember, 3 points behind is Turgle against Ryan Branley at the top of the table. Ryan has been at the top of the table what seems like forever. And it looks like it has done enough, doesn't it? But you never know. Is there more twists of event number 20? Can Turgle top the tree? Superb year for Ryan Branley. 4 titles. Unlucky with a 116. But it's just what Leo needs, isn't it? A comfortable leg on throw. Double 10 to wrap things up. He's been brilliant in this range, hasn't he, Drake Porter? But Leo's back for 36 to get off the board on the board. He does get off the mark. And the Pompey Massive still has aspirations of a second round berth. Looking at results as well from our first round. Not satisfied with 3 titles in 4. Scotland's finest Mitchell Lowry averaging 98 in his first round win over Jack Peat. As we mentioned, Ben Townley's out. Owen Bryceland continues his impressive weekend with a 4-3 win. Jack Johnson a 4-0 winner over Corey Wiltshire. Time on his side here for Drake Porter. A treble will be massive. He gets that treble. He's on 102 with his opponent on 271. Battling back is Leo, but 6 darts if required for Drake Porter. 82 going. Tops for a ton-topping fine display. Double 10 for an eye-catching win. Drake Porter finds the double 10 with his second dart. And a very impressive win against the eye-catching Leo Howard. 4-1, Drake has advanced through to the round of 16. A round of 16 that we've got coming right up. Stay with us for second round action. It won't be long, folks. Welcome back, folks. And Jumping Jack against Mason Tees. We'll be talking two England internationals because in pole position is Mason Tees, leading this victory against Jack Nankervis. To cement that place in Gibraltar. Back to the action here. And Mason Tees gets the ball to throw. And Jack, as we mentioned, already established with the England position. It's been a fine tour for him. Mason Tees requiring that one victory. Jaden Walker has to go out and win the event if Mason's to lose this match. Jaden, of course, has been to a final. It'd be a big effort if that was to happen for him to win it. But everything fell nicely for Mason, but I did say to him it was his performance that earned that. And after 20 rounds of fixtures of the JDC Advanced Tour, brilliant from Jack Nankervis. Level game, and he's not going to give Mason Tees his England call up. He's going to have to go out and earn it. Great friends, as we mentioned, on tour. Great spirit that the game's played in. Of course, to see each other and oppose each other that often at the major opens, on the Advanced Tour, at the likes of the European Championships, what we've got coming up in Ireland. What a mouth-watering second round clash, our final event of the year. Mason, of course, is one of the last two WDF major events at youth level. He's climbed the table at the right time, hasn't he? Because it's between him and, of course, Nico Battle for that development tour sponsorship. 116 followed by a 91 almost for Jack Nankervis. 3 holes to throw in this match so far. Who's going to blink first? Jumping Jack hasn't got time to blink. Flying high is our stand steady ace. Into the quarterfinals is Archie South. No double trouble, it seems, today for Archie South. Of course, the 2024 table topper of the Advanced Tour. 2 4-0 whitewashers. Jaden Jones was on the receiving end of an 80 average from Archie South in the first round. And Callum Cody of Ireland, his campaign is over as Archie marches on to the quarterfinals. In terms of the JDC Advanced Tour table topper this year, drama going on because Turgle of Mongolia was 3-all against Craig Devlin. A loss for Turgle will guarantee Ryan top spot. Getting closer. 3 missed starts unexpectedly for Jack Nankervis. And Mason Tees will lap this one up. Got a switch. Pressure and tension. Doesn't make any mistakes this time. 4 holes of throw we've got. Still Mason's advantage in what is effectively a best of 3 from here. A brilliant second dart. He whipped that one in beautifully, didn't he? Sign of a player in fine form and confidence. Looking to re-establish that lead. And after the first 2 visits, it won't be long before he does that. We haven't seen anything explosive from Jack Nankervis, have we, this weekend? It's been steady. And as we speak, he fires in a 180. More of that, please, Jack. 91 after 12 for Mason. Yeah, and I think if you're Jack Nankervis, it's not about going through the motions, I feel, this weekend, but in a fortnight's time for JPL finals weekend, I think we'll see the best of Jack Nankervis. It's going to be a fascinating finals weekend, that. All 8 players and the boys are more than capable of winning it. Mason does retake the lead. He's 1 away from being an England international for JDC in Gibraltar. And what a lineup that will be for Team England. Ryan Branley, Jack Nankervis, Archie Self, and it's looking like Mason Tees. But as we know from the PDC World Cup of Darts, having the 2 Lukes doesn't guarantee success. They went out against Germany last night, but Team England will certainly be favourites going into the World Cup. So for 6 consecutive hold, he's already had 116 checkout. It's going to be a little bit tricky because it looks like he's blocked as he goes into the Irish Sea. So to wrap up the match in style, unable to do so, and Jack will be back for 6 T. Oh, and he's wiped his feet again on double 10. And this is certainly in the wheelhouse of Mason Tees. Great drama. So another chance to wrap things up. don't think Mason was expecting these opportunities, but he'll certainly be grateful for them. Yet, after all that, he's only going to get one dart for the match. Will that be all he needs? And Mason know what he's got to do coming into this match. Will we see him tighten up? Mason's been comfortable on his own throw, as is Jack generally. So it isn't an all-important bullseye off. Best of luck, lads, going into this last leg. Both champions in my eyes. A much wanted cover shot there on the treble 19. It just keeps the momentum going, doesn't it, in this deciding leg? Clutch moment dart from Mason Tees. And a brilliant leg it's been. Superb setup. And a real professional leg it's been to wrap things up, to settle matters. Tremendous from Tees. Mason Tees is a fellow England international with Jack Nankervis, and a warm embrace from the pair. And that's what it means for Mason Tees. Congratulations to him on his England call. Emotional stuff from him. And gracious as ever in defeat is Jack. Great youngster. And we're going to see more of him, of course, on JPL finals weekend. Box office stuff is Jack. Mason Tees. Now with the shackles off, can he go on and win his first JDC Advanced Tour of the year? Still, those folks, we've got another second round match coming up next, or possibly a quarter final. Welcome back, folks. Jack Nankovich and Mason Tees caught us on the hop, as has Jaden Walker and Lewis Cook. A mouth-watering quarter-final clash. It's a crescendo of what's been an amazing year on the Advanced Tour. There's still plenty darts between now and around about 4 o'clock. Two JPL stars. Lewis Cook, brilliant on Friday night. Reopposing his opponent. Got the better of Jaden. Both players firing in some big scores. Quick fire match. The quicker they got, the better they got. More of the same, please, lads. Lewis Cook timing his form very nicely as he looks to defend his European crown over in Ireland in July. For Jaden, he's not sure whether he's going to be travelling over to Ireland for the European Championships. Certainly, as we mentioned, he's got a lot going on in terms of exhibitions. JPL finals weekend. The work-life balance of a 12-year-old. So Jaden's going to get the opportunity for an instant break back here on 57. '57 was a handy pop for Jack Courtney earlier on. Jaden unable to do so. So chance advantage. It'll be a double 9. Oh, great attempt there from Lewis Cook. Superb dart there. Finds it with a third dart. A break back. 140 to start leg number 3. And what a response from Lewis. This match firmly hotting up. A disappointing visit there. And Lewis will be looking to take advantage of it. And as for Jaden, knowing that England spot is now unavailable, that should help him relax. For sure, these two are going to be at the forefront. Doing a Ryan Branley for 2026. And that's our European champion. And that's European champion form. What a take that is. Never looked like missing, did it? We talk about parents, and these two certainly bring out the best of each other. It doesn't show immediately in the averages so far. But both are going through the gears as we speak. Great to see Alfie in some good form this weekend. Brother of Lewis. Stablemates at Wimau Team 360. But Jaden's obviously box office, but I love the way Lewis Cook approaches the board. I love his mentality. I love his battling spirit. So much to like, obviously. He backs it up with top tungsten. Close on the double eight. Could it be punished? Double 15. How unlucky was that? A bit too much adrenaline there on the double 15. And will it be punished with a third dart again? Yes, it is. And a timely third dart double. That'll hurt Jaden. And you forget as well, don't you, 12-year-old making his first year on the tour. He's reached the final, semi-finals, regular at the quarters, playing on the JPL. Amazing achievement. Superb two treble visit. We've got our girls' final that'll be coming up soon. We're reaching the back end, the business end of the 10th event in the girls. I'll be keeping you posted after this match. If, like yesterday, following this quarter-final match, we could have the girls' final followed by the boys' final. I was about to say, almost knew where the 150 was in the last leg. But to wrap up the match, and Lewis Cook does wrap up the match in style. He's won one title on the last month. Can he win one this month? He's 2 games away from doing that as Lewis Cook. Brilliant performance from him and see the impressive Jaden Walker. Stay with us, folks. We've got a match coming right up. Welcome back to Coventry, everybody. As promised, we've got the girls' final right in front of our eyes. The conclusion of the boys' quarterfinals is currently taking place. 3 of our 4 semi-finalists are already known. Mitchell, Laurie and Turgle are duking it out for that 4th spot into a 6th leg. Turgle Kularelku with a 3-2 advantage over the red-hot Mitchell Laurie. But as for our girls, they take centre stage right now, and it's the first final of the campaign for Natalie Baxter. And consistency has finally paid for her. 6th on the order of merit table, and she gets a pop at the final. She gets a pop at Paige Paulin, who of course has been dominant along with Becca Allen of Ireland. We're about to find out if it's going to be lucky 7 for Paige Paulin. What an achievement it's been for her. Not only topping the JPL on a Friday night, but potentially 7 wins from 8 that she's played. Of course, she was over in the United States for one of those weekends. And we're underway in our final. Following the day's play yesterday, I was having a few throws at the board in the bar. I shared a practice board there with Natalie Baxter. A very smooth, clean action. No surprise why she's featuring at the business end of the girls' tour. A great young head on her shoulders as well. Plays a county youth out of Berkshire. From down in Salisbury is where she's based at. And as we mentioned, it's been a glittering year for Paige Paulin on the tour. And I've got butterflies already at the prospect of Paige Paul and Becca Allen on the Winter Garden stage. I'd imagine they'll locate that match in between the semi-finals and the final of the Women's World Match Play. So the tops from Paige will be under pressure here after that 98 from Natalie Baxter. What pressure? Tops with the first start. I'm sure Becca Allen back over in Ireland and Evelyn will be looking forward to the JDC JPL weekend, the finals weekend. So alongside Paige and Becca will be Lexi Jane Rooksby and Ruby Gray. The Irish are coming. Paige Paulin tops the tree. Will be fascinating if she can see it out, or if the informed Ruby Gray or the consistent Lexi Jane can spoil Paulin's party. Consistent leg here from Natalie Baxter. She looks to get on the board in the final. Brilliant cover shooting. Oh, and a tricky 15 scored there with the last dart to leave 5. In a leg you just want to clean up fairly neatly. With an opponent of such class behind. Could be a happy accident, double 1. More leg darts missed. Has to loop over the top of it. Can she see it? When me and Chris Mason were talking on Friday night at the JPL, we commented on how good some of the girls' actions was. We like the manufactured action of Yasmin Rook-Havard, a Welsh starlet. Paige Paula most certainly has the Rolls Royce action. And there's the double 10, somehow doubles her advantage. Crazy game, isn't it? The leg looks sewn up for Natalie Baxter. We're hitting that 15. But as we said earlier with Dan Stevenson when he missed so many match darts, the mentality of the kids, they just rattle on with the next leg, don't they? And that's another example of that. A 140 from Baxter is brilliant. The two boys semi-finals will be going on upstairs, so we will be back for the boys' final to bring down the curtain of the Advanced Tour 20 and the season. And when we look at the top of the table, Ryan Branley going out in the second round, Turgle 3-2 up with a potential semi-final. If he wins, he goes to 5 points. And Ryan Branley only gets 1 point for a round of 16. 3 points behind now. To my maths even, that suggests that Turgle, if he wins it, wins the tour. Wow. Who would have thought that coming the last few weekends? Ryan Branley had such a huge lead. Keeps things straight, unable to find the treble. .66 gone. Bullseye required. Was it a lovely guide? It certainly was. Triples her advantage. 1 leg away from a 7th JDC Girls title. Natalie Baxter, who has cemented her place at international level. The Academy Nations that's coming up for the girls. Paige Parham is not included in an academy, and that semi-final clutch match with Lola Wheeler, in which she progressed through to the final. Pivotal in that Lola's clearly gutted about missing out on the England team. But what a weekend it's been for her, reaching the final of event number 9 and a semi-final. She's really getting a taste for it, isn't she? And she wants more. Sister of Lily Wheeler, who qualified and did very well in the JPL. Two Farringdon Aces. And the scoreline doesn't really suggest the performance of Natalie Baxter in this final. I've been impressed with her. What a difference that second leg could have been. opted for the two treble 19s for double 18. She'll be back with her opponent on a bogey. Double top for lucky 7. Treble 17 for the bullseye to stay alive. Brilliant last star, but will it be in vain as Paige Paulin eyeballs double 10. It's a familiar friend for Paige Paulin, and Paige Paulin does get lucky 7. There's no look about it. It's pure class from Paige Paulin. She is our event 10 champion. Congratulations to her in topping the table and winning 7 titles. Congratulations therefore to our runner-up, Natalie Baxter. I'm sure we'll see her down the line, but for now, it's time. We'll see her in 2 weeks' time, as we will do Becca Allen, Lexi Jean Rooksby, and Ruby Gray. But for now, it's Paige Paulin's day. We move on to the boys' final after the semi-finals are concluded. Stay with us, folks. So after a grueling 20-event tour, an amazing 20-event tour, this is the final match of the campaign. And in fit and style, Turgle of Mongolia against Mason Tees. The Turgle has the opportunity to be the JDC Advanced Tour overall winner. If he wins, he overhauls Ryan Branley, who's been there all year. Ryan is obviously feeling a little bit gutted with himself right now that he's potentially let that one slip. Mason Tees is a formidable opponent and could still help his now England international teammate out. A victory for Mason Tees, I mean that Ryan still tops the table. Chatting to Mason prior to the match as the handshakes and the formalities are over. It'd been handy if Turgle could have left that one in as a guide. But Mason's jokingly saying he's hoping to do a Michael Smith, because this is the fourth appearance in the final for Mason Tees. In relaxed, joking spirits when he says that, so great temperament, as we mentioned, on all of our players, boys and girls. Slightly more familiar territory for Turgle, who's featuring in his 9th final. 20 events, 9 finals. You're kidding me. And we're underway in our finale. First to 6, as always, for our showpiece event. "14-year-old Turgle." As we mentioned, congratulations to Mason Tees in wrapping up his England spot. And Turgle will certainly be at the forefront of Team Mongolia's challenge. Speaking to Oggy, and he's telling me that there's going to be a second Mongolian player that's going to be on there coming over next year. I take it obviously that will be for qualifying score, but the way it appears is he's going to be good enough to be in the 64 players come the 2026 Advanced Tour campaign. A tour that, when speaking to Jamie and Robbie, and they lost so many players like the likes of Luke Littler, Henry Coates, Thomas Banks. There was a lot of players that were, as Turgle takes out 76 for a 15 data. As Ryan Branley moves ever closer behind his pillar. Not wanting to watch this one. It's going to be an uncomfortable watch for him. But regardless of this, Ryan, you've done amazing, fantastically well. Everyone's proud of you. And this is the Turgle on display that's propelled him to a night final. Mason, as we mentioned, a big-time player, a big occasion player. So he won't give this one to Turgle one bit. Aspirations of a first title. And that's the kind of form that Mason Tees can produce. splendid 1-3-3. Bullseye for 1-all. Very unlucky with that first start, wasn't he? We're going to go tops or treble 16. Unlucky with that. Was aggressive on it. And we do have a level game. That 180 was beautifully positioned. A timely 180 at the business end of the leg. Ryan Branley moves a little bit further away from his cushion and pillar. He's watching it a little bit more confidently now. As we mentioned, Mason T's big time player, World Open champion with the WDF. Won the England Open Youth. It was a 5-4 victory over Mitchell Lowry in the final just a week ago down in Southie. Turgle was also there camping out with Oggy. Stunning visit. Turgle gets a maximum. And it's one-way traffic in this leg to re-establish his lead. His opponent on 2-6-2 goes the treble 13 route. And a very tidy finish. Treble 13 for tops never looked like missing one bit. A bit like the World Cup of Darts when they used to play the singles and the partner was in the background and we used to have a split screen of the reactions of the players backstage. I'm only joking when I say this, but we should have a split screen on Ryan Branley's face to see the emotions up and down. But as we say, it's been a brilliant tour for everybody, really. They've all conducted themselves in fine fashion, and that's the players down the table as well. But for Ryan Branley to have 4 titles, to have led the table for so long, and winning the development tour, and Turgle has been amazing, hasn't he, over the last few months. I said him and Mitchell Lowry have been the 2 star performers. Yes, other players have dipped in and out of top form, but Mitchell and Turgle have been the most consistent players over the last couple of months. And the competitiveness, the fact it's gone to the very last match of the tour to decide who wins it. And when you look at the tour and the draw, the 32, the fact that you can make a case for 10 or 12 possibilities, in my eyes, who could potentially win the event, shows the strength and depth of the tour. We are obviously going to be losing Ryan Branley next season. Taylor McGuckian's had a superb campaign. Spoke to him prior to him travelling home. Great youngster and a great future ahead of him. Our first break of the final. Turgle Killerelku. Averaging 95.61. Me and Chris Mason smiled when we saw Turgle's interview and his 98 average, and his heart rate hadn't raised one little bit. And we both said, It's like he's expecting to do this. And I say he's been doing this all year, consistency wise. The last event, of course, for Mason Tees as well on the tour. He doesn't want to be tasting 4 defeats in finals. He wants to end in style. So he's going to have to get a move on if he's going to do that, because Turgle's halfway to victory and some. Archie Self had a great run to the semi-final, fellow JPL star of Turgle. And him and Jumpin' Jack have said the Taraz as they travel home. And they'll see each other at England Grand Prix Internationals coming up. Of course, the JPL finals in 2 weeks' time, not to be missed. Full production, and what a weekend we've got in store. What an amazing Junior Power League we've had. What an amazing JDC Advanced Tour we've had. And next year, when you look at the list of players that are only going to come on even better for next year, I really cannot wait. The 60's taken out with Mason Tees not on a finish. 4-1 he leads. It was a 6-1 victory over Owen Bryceland yesterday to get his second tour win. And he's mirroring that right now against Mason Tees. As Turgle looks to time his run at the top of the JDC Advanced table to perfection. Lex Passauser was third on the tour, and it was Lex Passauser in event 5 who beat Mason in his first final. It was a 6-1 victory for Lex Passauser against Mason Tees. Ryan Branley has also taken out Mason Tees in one of the finals. And Mitchell Lowry has beaten Mason Tees as well. Will Turgle be added to that list, or is there going to be more twists and turns of the JDC Advanced Tour? And the difficulty it is for Mason Tees to come back in this match, you just know that Turgle's got 215 darters in him over the next 4 or 5 legs. He's that good. Which means Mason's going to have to be lights out if he's going to make the comeback. Because he's just absolutely granite, isn't he? And when I asked Turgle, Sambono, which means how are you? He says Mashik Bala, which means good, thank you. Working and learning here in Coventry is Carl Redden. Great attempt for Turgle to leave tops and pressurise the 42. But for Mason to get back in this game somewhat. One leg at a time, Mason. It's 4-1, becomes 4-2. Turgle has the dart in leg number 7. He's still 2 away from the title. And while Turgle is still 2 legs away, Mason will feel like he's still in this one. After a great leg, he'll be disappointed with that opening visit. But luckily, Turgle, for him, didn't get a treble with his opening visit. Yeah, picking up a bit of the Mongolian lingo, I am, because you never know one day when I might find myself lost somewhere in Mongolia. Stranger things have certainly happened. Great cover shooting there from Mason Tees. And a red drift into the treble five. I highlight that when Turgle does that because he doesn't do it very often. And again, a beautiful marker. Looks a difficult lie. And at this stage of the match, that's an important ton. 6 starts if required for Turgle to go one away from a third title. The JDC Advanced Tour champion will be decided on the conclusion of this match. Further permutations means that if Turgle was to lose 6-5 in this match, this is how tight it would be. Leg difference and legs won would be identical, by the way, for Ryan Branley and Turgle. And Ryan Branley would win the Advanced Tour title on average. Averaging currently 87. I know coming into the weekend it was 87.7, but he still hovers at 87. And Turgle's on 85. And there's no way that 2 points can be made up on the averages in one match, if that makes sense, over the course of 20 events. So it would be Ryan's title. So technically, to keep things simple, Turgle, if he wins, is the champion. To break back and 4-1 to become 4-3. Oh, what an important double 9 that is. What minerals on display for Mason Tees. That was amazing. And we're back on throw. What an important that dart was. The gap from 5-2 or 4-3 is immense. And we've got a final on our hands indeed now. And back comes Turgle. Turgle has some extra support from Mongolia that's came up from London to support him today. What a timely visit would be if he's to become crowned the JDC Advanced Tour Champion of 2025. Our beaten semi-finalist Archie Self was the champion in 2024. Jack Nankovic was second. Jack's finished 5th on the tour this year. Mitchell Laurie's late burst has seen him climb to 4th. What a tour it's been. What a final we've got. Staying in the present, and Turgle is still 2 legs away from wrapping things up. But he has 6 starts from 140. He may only need 3. He may only need 1. Double 10 for a 140. And it's going to be under massive pressure. Gets a treble. Gives himself an outside squeak if Turgle misses. And that's a lovely marker, isn't it? To slide underneath. He slid above it. Winning line-itis perhaps for Turgle. Of course, he doesn't look like he feels the pressure. As we mentioned, he's very poker-faced. Wouldn't know if he's got 7 deuce or pocket ace. More like darts missed. And somehow Mason tees on double 19. And there it is. Never in doubt. A level game of 4. Both players now 2 legs away from the title. And right on cue, Tigle's back in the red bit. And again, after the disappointment of losing the leg, our youngsters again prove their amazing attitude. Rattles in a 180 as if nothing's happened to the leg previous. I'll be swinging my arms around like Kevin and Perry go large. The difference of a generation, eh? So it's effectively a best of 3 from here. And Turgle, almost a second maximum off the leg. But 81 after 9 is, sorry, as the scoreline gets adjusted. 1-2-1 after 9 puts him in prime position for 5-4. What a 12 dart hold that would have been. But with Mason T's back on 307, I bet Ryan Brandley can barely watch. But great achievement for Mason T's, remember that as well, when you think he was in position for the England spot. And what he's done is in reaching the final, he's guaranteed himself also the development tour sponsorship. By being one of the 3 players who reached 16 by the development tour starting. So Archie Self is also included in that. And of course Ryan Branley. And double 2 is found. Turgle Kullerelku will be dancing on the streets of Ulaanbaatar on the back of this if he's to top the table. I know Oggy will be certainly watching this one closely and be very proud of his young'un. Not related is Oggy, but is a great support for Turgle. And following the JPL finals, they're going to be heading over to Korea for a big tournament over there. I think it's around about the 6th or 7th of July. So the fun never stops if you Turgle Kullerelku. But he's enjoying a settled period in the UK, a 4 or 5 week extended stay, and it's clearly shown in his level of darts, isn't it? Mason looking to take us the distance. Brilliant 140 from Mason Tees. Back comes Turgle. So much at stake, yet our players are performing brilliantly. And what a 1-3-4 that is. Just eases the pressure, doesn't it? Until Turgle responds with a 140 of his own. Double 18. I don't think that was ball management, but it could be a happy accident. Not on this occasion. And despite being in double digits, it's a three-figure checkout for Turgle, leaving 99. This is tricky. Two tops to wrap things up. Oh, he opts for the treble 20. Double 10 to win in style. And again, comes inside of the double 10. What drama. JDC Advanced Tour 20. Are we going the distance? The experienced and the brilliant Mason Tees. Eyes up 32. And there it is. Second dart landed. We'll go the distance. A final leg shootout to end the tour. Best of luck, boys. These are both champions in my eyes. And remember, we still don't know who the JDC Advanced Tour champion's going to be. Turgle of Mongolia, Turgle Kulurelku, or top of the table for so long, Ryan Branley. We said the permutations. If it goes 6-5 in Mason Tees' favour, how tight it would be, the fact that it goes to Darts Connect average to decide who is the tour champion. But it's in Turgle's hands still. He's away with a ton, and it's followed up with a maximum. That is champions visit from Turgle. And a frustrated wry smile from Mason. Has he given his all? Only 60 from Turgle. So plenty of time on his hands to wrap things up. The JDC Advanced Tour champion. Are we looking at him right here in Turgle Kulurelku? It looks that way, doesn't it? Because that's a classy 137. And Mason's done brilliant to extend this final to the last leg decider. But for Turgle Kulurelku, the JDC Advanced Tour champion, congratulations to Turgle Kulurelku of Mongolia. What a fine display it's been over the last few months and this weekend for Turgle. A third tour title, but overall, he is the Advanced Tour champion. Commiserations to Ryan Branley, who's running up, but also congratulations in the same breath. Ryan Branley's been all of you have been brilliant on the tour, and of course, congratulations to Coleman winning her title. But Carl Redden, what a brilliant year it's been. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time. Remember, join me and Chris Mason and the team. Darson is away, but we're going to have a full production with John Molyneux. That's on the 28th and 29th of June. Thank you for being with us throughout. I've been Carl Redden. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you in a fortnight's time.